Surasena Mahaprabhu Kirtana Nritya Gita Tvaratramadana Surasena
Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj Prabhupada ki jai, Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda ki jai, Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur ki jai. Namesake host Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda ki jai, Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Chandra Kundarana Kundiri Govardhan ki jai, Shri Vrindavanam ki jai, Shri Navadip Mayapur Dham ki jai, Bhakti Devi ki jai, Tulasi Devi ki jai, Kumuna Mai ki jai, Ganga Mai ki jai, Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda ki jai. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Sri Guru Gauranga.
Namaste Narasrimaya. Namaste Narasrimaya. Pralada Lada Dayane. Pralada Lada Dayane. Iranya Kasi Purvakshaha. Iranya Kasi Purvakshaha. Silatama Vishnu Bhakti Pari Devi Satyavata
Vishnu Bhakti Paridevi Satyavadaya Namo Namaha. Panashyante Parashina Pari Pari. Vyaya Keshavasya Vishnu Bhakti Devi Sattvacha Namo Namaha.
Vinaya Vasudevaya Priyaya Kesavasya Vishnu Bhakti
Vrindaya Vasudevaya Priyaya Keshavasya Vishnu Bhakti Devi Sattvacha Namo Namaha. Vrindaya Vasudevaya Priyaya Keshavasya Vishnu Bhakti Devi Sattvacha Namo Namaha. Replies from prospective donors in India were all negative. On April 20th, he cabled Mr. Nakano. Quote, "As you have developed a deep love for me, I dare to ask you to send me financial help to take me to Japan. I think you can immediately instruct your embassy in Delhi to do the needful and dispatch me to Japan on your behalf. I am feeling too much to meet you in the Congress so that we can build up a solid institute for spiritual cultivation. I shall await your instruction by cable to fix up my program." But Mr. Nakano could not help, and Bhaktivedanta Swami's effort ended in a dream only. In July 1962, Bhaktivedanta Swami changed his Vrindavan residence from Vangshi Gopalaji Temple to Radha Damodar Temple. For 3 years, he had been paying the rent of 5 rupees per month for his Radha Damodar rooms and paying for the extensive repairs. Now the main room had electric lighting and a fan, and the walls had been plastered and painted. The room was 7 feet by 15 feet, with smooth plaster walls and a floor of sandstone squares of uneven sizes, the same as the stone tiles cemented in front of the samadhi of Rupa Goswami. The room was furnished with a small low desk, a cushion mat, and a wooden cot with a rope-woven surface to lie on. The view was not the panorama he had enjoyed at Keshigat, and the neighborhood was not so secluded. But now, without even moving from his room, he could look into the temple and see a portion of the altar and the 4-foot-high form of Vrindavan Chandra, the black marble Krishna deity Krishnadas Kaviraj had worshipped hundreds of years ago. The main room was connected to the kitchen by a 10-foot-long veranda, which faced the courtyard, and from his kitchen he could see the samadhi of Rupa Goswami, so the place was superior to his room at Vangshi Gopalaji Temple, because now he was living in the temple of Jiva Goswami, where great souls like the Goswamis, Rupa and Sanatana, Raghunath and Jiva had all gathered, taken prasadam, chanted and discussed Krishna and Lord Chaitanya. It was the best place to work on Srimad Bhagavatam. At 1 a.m., when no one else was up and it was very quiet, Bhaktivedanta Swami would wake and begin writing. Since electric failures were not uncommon in Vrindavan, he would often work by lantern light. But in any case, a beam of light would shine out from his room onto the veranda, while inside the room he worked under its brightness. While he wrote in stillness, sometimes a toad, as dry as the stone floor, would hop out of hiding and across the floor, exiting through the cement latticework of the opposite wall. Sometimes a tiny mouse would run out from behind a window shutter and hide in another place. Otherwise, the room was complete sanctified stillness, and the inspiration of being in the presence of the six Goswamis was strong. Above the open courtyard, the sky would be full of clearly visible stars. As he worked, the only sounds would come from the town, perhaps of a dog barking in the distance. At 4 a.m., the temple pujari, who slept under a shelter near the deity's doors, would awake, turn on an electric light, and with a long pole clear the bats from the rafters. At 5 a.m., after waking the deities, the pujari would open the doors before the altar and begin Mangala Arati. He would offer a flame while a few resident devotees gathered and chanted, playing instruments. Usually someone would bang a gong, while someone else rang a large bell. Any sound from the courtyard carried immediately to Bhaktivedanta Swami's quarters, and the clanging bell and gong would suddenly reverberate against the walls of his small room. From his sitting place, he could see only Vrindavan Chandra on the left of the altar. Sometimes he would pause at his work and walk into the courtyard to see the deities and their arati. The altar was filled with deities of Radha and Krishna, who had been worshipped by Jiva Goswami and other Vaishnava acharyas hundreds of years ago. After 10 minutes, the pujari, having offered the flame and then a conch shell filled with water, would turn and sprinkle offered water on the heads of the devotees, and the ceremony would end. After working a few hours on Srimad Bhagavatam, Bhaktivedanta Swami would sit in his room and chant japa. As the morning sky turned light blue, the stars would vanish, and residents of Vrindavan would arrive to visit the deities and the samadhis of the Goswamis. Old women would enter the temple calling out, Jai Radhe, in broken voices. Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. So today is the day of Putrada Ekadashi. Haribol will be fasting from grains and beans. And there's also the Sunday festival today. Hare Krishna. Now let us offer our respectful obeisances unto all the Vaishnava devotees of the Lord. They are just like desire trees who can fulfill the desires of everyone, and they are full of compassion for the fallen conditioned souls. Vancha kalpatarubhescha kripa sindhubhyevacha patitanam bhavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha.
Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, 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 Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Sit properly. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna
Can we help her bring in some groceries?
Krishna Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Ram 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Oh Hare Krishna 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 Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna 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 Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Ram Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Sit properly. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare 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 Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram. Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram. Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram. Krishna Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram. Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram. Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram. Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram Ram Ram. Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram. Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram. Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram. Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Sit properly. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Krishna Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Sit properly. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram. Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare 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 Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Sit properly. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare 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 Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram. Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Ram. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram, 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 Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Sit properly. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama. Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Ram. Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Ram. Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Ram. Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, 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 Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, 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 Hare Hare, Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram. Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna.
Shri Shri Gaurnitai ki jai. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada.
Shri Guru Charana Krishna
Sri Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj Prabhupada ki jai. Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parirajakacharya Ashtatarshata Shri Shri Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj Prabhupada ki jai. Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda ki jai. Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur ki jai. Namse Gaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Shiva Sadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda ki jai. Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shamakun Radhakun Giri Govardhan ki jai. Vrindavan Dham ki jai. Navadvip Dham ki jai. Mathura Dham ki jai. Jagannath Puri Dham ki jai. Bhakti Devi ki jai. Tulasi Devi ki jai. Yamuna Mai ki jai. Ganga Mai ki jai. Samaveta Bhaktivinoda ki jai. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Sri Guru and Gauranga. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Adidaivam Ata Adhyatmam Adibhutam Iti Prabhu Ata Ekam Purusham Viryam Trida Abhidyata Tat Shrinu Adidaivam Atadhyatmam Adibhutam Iti Prabhu Ataikam Purusham Viryam Trida Vidyata Taktrinu Adidaivam Atadhyatmam Adibhutam Iti Prabhu Ataikam Purusham Viryam Trida Vidyata Taktrinu Adidaivam Atadhyatmam Adibhutam Iti Prabhu Ataikam Purusham Viryam Trida Vidyata Taktrinu
Adidaivam Atadhyatmam
Adidaivam Atadhyatmam
Adibhutam Iti Prabhu
Adibhutam Iti Prabhu
Ataikam Paurusham Viryam
Ataikam Purusham Viryam
Trida Vidyata Tachrinu
Trida Vidyata Shrinu
Adidaivam Atadhyatmam
Adidaivam Atadhyatmam
Adibhutam Iti Prabhu
Adibhutam Iti Prabhu
Ataikam Purusham Viryam
Ataikam Purusham Viryam
Trida Vidyata Tachrinu
Trida Vidyata Takshrinu
Adhidaivam Atadhyatmam
Adidaivam Atadhyatmam
Adhibhutam Iti Prabhu
Adibhutam Iti Prabhu
Ataikam Paurusham Viryam
Ataikam Purusham Viryam
Tridha Vidyata Tachrinu
Trida Vidyata Takshrinu
Adidaivam Atadhyatmam
Adidaivam Atadhyatmam
Adibhutam Iti Prabhu
Adibhutam Iti Prabhu
Ataikam Paurusham Viryam
Ataikam Purusham Viryam
Trida Vidyata Tachrunu
Trida Vidyata Takshrinu
Agatari.
Adidaivam Atadhyatmam
Adidaivam Atadhyatmam
Adibhutam iti Prabhu
Adibhutam iti Prabhu
Adhaikam Paurusham Viryam
Ataikam Purusham Viryam
Tridha Vidyata Tachrinu
Shida Vidyata Takshrinu
Adidaivam Atadhyatmam
Adidaivam Atadhyatmam
Adibhutam iti Prabhu
Adibhutam iti Prabhu
Ataikam Purusham Viryam
Ataikam Purusham Viryam
Trida Vidayata Chanchinu
Trida Vidyata Takshrinu
Adidaivam Atadhyatmam
Adidaivam Atadhyatmam
Adibhutam iti Prabhu
Adibhutam iti Prabhu
Ataikam Paurusham Viryam
Ataikam Purusham Viryam
Sridad Vidyata Tachrinu
Takshrinu
Adidaivam Atadhyatmam
Adidaivam Atadhyatmam
Adibhutam iti Prabhu
Adibhutam iti Prabhu
Ataikam Purusham Viryam
Ataikam Purusham Viryam
Trida Vidyata Tachrinu
Shrida Vidyata Takshrinu
Adidaivam Atadhyatmam
Adidaivam Atadhyatmam
Adibhutam iti Prabhu
Adibhutam iti Prabhu
Ataikam Paurusham Viryam
Ataikam Purusham Viryam
Tritha Vidyata Tachrinu
Shrida Vidyata Takshrinu Adidaivam, the controlling entities. Ata, now. Adhyatmam, the controlled entities. Adibhutam, the material bodies. Iti, thus. Prabhu, the Lord. Ata, in this way. Ekam, one only. Purusham, of his lordship. Viryam, potency. Trida, in three. Abhidyata, divided. Tat, that. Shrinu, just hear from me. Translation: just hear from me how the potency of his lordship divides one into three, called the controlling entities, the controlled entities, and the material bodies, in the manner mentioned above. Anta sharira akashat purushasya vicheshataha ojasaho balam jagye tata prano mahanasuhu. From the sky situated within the transcendental body of the manifesting Mahavishnu, sense energy, mental force, and bodily strength are all generated, as well as the sum total of the fountainhead of the total living force. Anupranantiyam pranaha pranantam sarvajantushu apanantam apananti naradevam ivanugaha. As the followers of a king follow their lord, similarly, when the total energy is in motion, all other living entities move. And when the total energy stops endeavoring, all other living entities stop sensual activities. Purport: the individual living entities are completely dependent on the total energy of the Supreme Purusha. No one has independent existence, just as no electric lamp has independent effulgence. Each and every electrical instrument depends fully on the total powerhouse. The total powerhouse depends on the reservoir of water for generating electricity. Water depends on the clouds. The clouds depend on the sun depends on creation, and the creation depends on the movement of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Thus, the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the cause of all causes. Maharaj, would you like to speak on this verse?
It's also described in the other places, Srimad Bhagavatam, the Vedic literatures, how the Lord manifests His energies as Bhumir Apo Nalo Vayu Kamano Bhirvicha. Earth, water, fire, air, ether. And then these are also developed as the objects of the senses. So you have, for example, in earth, there's smell or fragrance in that particular element, and then along with that comes the creation of the smelling faculty, the sense, the nose or whatever, some method of smelling and tasting. Different species have different methods, but it's all connected. And it's not that these things make up themselves, that from nature, so to speak, everything is developed. Because nature is actually, the machine or the technology, the system that the Lord uses for manifesting the different things that He wants to manifest. Just like you could say a business. What is a business? A business doesn't just prepare things. A business is run by a person or persons, and they have a particular plan in mind. They want to do a particular thing, conduct some type of activity, and the business is developed in that way by the persons. Similarly, this universe, or the material energy, nature, is a business of the Supreme Lord. It's a means for the Lord to take care of His living entities that are misusing their independence and do not wish to stay in the spiritual world, spiritual sky. So they're conducted so they can work in the material world. And this is how they work. Even though the material world cannot compare to the spiritual world in some ways, but it's also a very amazing thing. And the example is given here about how electricity depends on water, and water depends on fire. Fire comes from the water. Water comes from the air, from the clouds, and the sun from fire. Fire depends on creation. Creation depends on movement. So there has to be space. So from the subtle elements, they're developing, and there's always persons in control. Even the space we have, or the air we have in this universe, is put under the direction of the Lord's energies. Vayu, for example. Vayudev. He is the Lord in charge of the air. And air is dependent, everything is dependent on air. Every living entity. One time, the Hanuman, he went towards the sun when he was young. He didn't know that the sun was a very, very hot place, and so he thought it was a big fruit. And he was so powerful, he went after it to take the fruit. And so Indra chastised him, punished him with this thunderbolt. And then Vayu is the father of Hanuman. So he became upset that Indra and the demigods had punished his son, and so he decided to withhold his air flow from the breathing. So none of the living entities could breathe. And they all started choking and everything was suffocating. And they finally surrendered to Vayudev, and then he was pleased and he let the breathing go again. So Vayu has so much power that he can control the breathing in the whole universe. But that is just a very small amount of energy that comes from the Supreme Lord. And he's controlling all the different elements. So this is the unique thing about God, is he's the Supreme Controller, Ishvara Parama Krishna. And that Supreme Controller is Krishna, the personal form. Brahman is an impersonal aspect of the Supreme. And the personal aspect is Krishna. And if one understands like that, then he can very easily understand that he should be worshiping the Lord all the time, at every moment, because without the Lord's protection or influence, we would not be able to breathe, we would not be able to eat, digest, reproduce, anything, think. It's all dependent on the Lord. We're thinking we're so independent and that we're doing everything by our own power. This is such a joke. It's incredible how the so-called thoughtful persons, intelligent persons have come up with such theories that everything is going on by accident. So there's no accident. Even an accident on this, we call it an accident, car accident. It's not an accident. There's a reason why there's collisions. Collisions don't happen accidentally. They happen because there's someone has transgressed, or someone has not transgressed the laws. They stay in their place and there's no collisions. So these are a few thoughts. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Maharaj. Some of these so-called thoughtful persons say that everything is happening by accident. But the accident idea is nonsense. If everything is happening by accident, then why are they trying so hard for different things? If it's happening by accident, then accidentally let me become rich. Or if it's happening by accident, then why do they work so hard for their PhD? They don't need to go to school and just let me accidentally get a PhD. So you see, this idea of accident is nonsense. But Krishna is the cause of all causes. So someone might ask, well, Krishna, even he, everything is coming from him. He's the reservoir of all knowledge. But he had a spiritual master, so how is that? It seems that someone is above Krishna and teaching him. But Krishna, the knowledge is already coming from him, and Sandipani Muni, his spiritual master, is compared to the rain cloud that is then showering down that same... Krishna is the reservoir, the ocean of knowledge, and that knowledge has been brought up into this rain cloud and now showering back down on him. It's explained in the Nectar of Devotion. Krishna's receiving education from Sandipani Muni is described by Sri Narada Muni as follows in the beginning. As follows. In the beginning, Lord Brahma and others are like clouds of evaporated water from the great ocean of Krishna. In other words, Brahma first received the Vedic education from Krishna, as the clouds receive water from the ocean. That Vedic education or instruction was spoken by Brahma to the... That Vedic education or instruction which was spoken by Brahma to the world was then reposed upon the mountain of Sandipani Muni. Sandipani Muni's instructions to Krishna are like a reservoir of water on the mountain, which flows as a river and goes again to mix with the source, the ocean of Krishna. To be more clear, the idea is that Krishna actually cannot be instructed by anyone, just as the ocean does not receive water from any source but itself. Okay, that was the whole analogy. So, all of knowledge is coming from Krishna, and we see that analogy. It's just then being showered back down like the rain cloud from Sandipani Muni back into the reservoir of Krishna. And also in the Mahabharata, it was described how Duryodhana, being very envious of the Pandavas, he thought of many ways to try to cut them down and make them suffer. So one of his plans was that, what's his name? I just forgot his name. He's the Muni that gets angry.
Durvasa.
Durvasa, thank you. Durvasa Muni, he was visiting Duryodhana and he offered him a benediction. And so Duryodhana said that the Pandava, this was his plan. The Pandavas go to the Pandavas and ask them for a nice meal to provide to you and your followers. And Durvasa Muni has thousands of followers, thousands of disciples. And the Pandavas, they're living in the forest. It's just 5 Pandavas and Draupadi. So how in the world will they cook for thousands of followers? But so he knew that if Durvasa goes there now, he'll become angry, and he's very powerful. He'll curse them, and they'll suffer. So Durvasa Muni's followers and himself all went to the Pandavas, and it would have been okay. We've all probably heard this already, but it would have been okay because Draupadi had a pot, and if she doesn't eat out of it, then it'll just keep providing unlimited amounts of food. But there was they finished their meal, and Draupadi also ate. So now the pot is finished, and Durvasa Muni and his followers show up, and they beg for a meal. And Yudhishthira says, yes, we'll feed you all. And they go, and Durvasa Muni's followers take bath. And so the problem was, how are they going to feed them? This pot is already finished. She ate out of it, so that once it's done, it's done. It doesn't keep providing unlimited amounts of food. But then Krishna, knowing the predicament that they're in, he came to Draupadi and he said, just give me something to eat, and this will work out. She said, I can't actually, we finished the pot, there's nothing left in it. He said, there's a little morsel there of some whatever preparation they made inside the pot, just give me that morsel. And so she gave it to him, and he ate it. And then as Durvasa Muni and all of his thousands of disciples are in the water bathing, all of a sudden they felt extremely full, and they became afraid that how will we actually go back to their home? We'll insult them because we'll be there and we're so full we can't eat a bite more. We won't be able to eat. So they all ran away. And so in this way they were saved, because if one pleases Krishna, it's just like satisfying the stomach. So one tries to enjoy it independently. It's not possible. It's an illusion. Just like if part of the body tries to enjoy independent of the body, tries to eat some food on its own, it won't work. But if it gives that same food to the stomach, then naturally the whole body is satisfied. So like that, if we give our service to Krishna, then everyone is served. So devotional service is the highest activity for serving all living entities. And it's the solution to all problems of life. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur used to always say that there's no lack of anything in this world except for a lack of God consciousness. So this is the highest welfare activity, to reawaken the living entities who are sleeping in this material world, forgetful of their real identity as an eternal servant of Krishna, to reawaken them to their constitutional position as a servant of Krishna. And so that's easily done when one comes into the association of devotees. So that's an extremely important part of the living entity's path back to Godhead, back to their real life in service of Krishna. There's this idea that many people might get in the very beginning of devotional service that actually I'll be able to practice better outside the association of devotees. Like many people, sometimes they come just to try it out for some time, do like the Bhakta program, or they haven't been practicing very long and they might think, well, this is good, but I can do all this on my own really nicely. I heard someone giving the example that he was waking up before all of the devotees, and then he would be chanting, and some of them would like wake up and get disturbed. And he was thinking, well, if I just go and live at my brother's house, then I'll actually, I'll make more I'll be able to chant much better because I won't be disturbing anybody when I get up early and this and that. And he was saying, wow, what Maya to think that I'll leave the association of devotees so I can chant better. And he explained how that didn't work. But so there's this neophyte idea that I might be able to practice better outside the association of devotees, but we see every time it doesn't happen. Someone visits home for some time and then they can't wake up before the sun's even up. Or many of us might have experienced this. We were hearing the other week, one person went home and then was attracted to a pepperoni pizza. So he said, what a terrible state to be in, to be attracted to a pepperoni pizza. It's like the grossest thing to eat. But when we're in the association of devotees, we see how powerful the association of devotees is, that we lose attraction for all these nonsense things that we at one point thought that we couldn't live without. That, I need to hear that music. I need to eat that nasty food cooked by some unclean person in some restaurant, some karmi. Or I need to... All these different things. People like to get intoxicated so much and they think they can't live without it. But then when one comes into the association of devotees, it's easy to give up all of these things and become attracted to Krishna, because the devotees are engaged all of the time in serving Krishna, and when we are around them, then we also will engage in serving Krishna. It's not that we can just be independent, because we've been independent, so-called, in this material world for millions and millions of births, thinking somehow or other, I've got the perfect plan, I've figured it all out, or this idea is good, it'll give me happiness. But it never worked, because we're still here in this material body, which is a cause of suffering. So when we associate with devotees, then we learn how to be dependent on the Supreme Lord. And that's the real enjoyment for the living entity, actually, is not to declare this fake independence, but... Here, let me find it. This is worded really nice in Prabhupada's books. Here we go. A living entity is so made by the will of the Almighty that he is most happy when placing himself in that condition of absolute dependence. It's from the Bhagavatam, Canto 1, Chapter 9, Text 22. So when we're in the association of devotees, then we learn how to place ourselves in that condition of absolute dependence, which is the happy state of the living entity. And that's our real state. It is explained in the purport that the individual living entities are completely dependent on the total energy of the Supreme Purusha. So Krishna is the Purusha, he's the enjoyer. And the living entities are the Prakriti, they're the enjoyed. And sometimes these words are used also to describe male and female. Just like the male, the husband, he's like the enjoyer of the wife, the Prakriti, who's the enjoyed. And so Krishna, he's the supreme male, he's the only male. And all of the living entities are the Prakriti, which can mean female or enjoyed. So we're all meant for the enjoyment of Krishna. So we come to this material world when we think that actually I'll be the Purusha. I'll be the enjoyer. I can arrange everything in a way that I'll be very comfortable and very happy, and there's no one more satisfied than me. And with that mindset, we can try to enjoy in the form of a hog, in the form of a human, in the form of a demigod, in the form of a lizard. 8,400,000 forms. But when we get the great fortune of getting the association of devotees who remind us that actually we're completely dependent on the total energy of the Supreme Purusha, that we're actually enjoyed by Krishna and we're meant for His enjoyment, His satisfaction, then we can go back to our natural eternal position in the spiritual world where everyone is focused on serving Krishna. And that's why it's so important that we hear the Srimad Bhagavatam also from the right source, because then that idea is there, that we're hearing in this purport, that the living entities are never, the minute living entities are never independent, but they're always dependent on the Supreme Controller. Nityo Nityanam Chaitanas Chaitananam. There's two types of beings. There's one singular, supreme being, and then there's plural, infinitesimal beings. And the difference between the two is the one supreme being, he's supplying the necessities of all the infinitesimal tiny beings. So in the association of devotees and by hearing from them, hearing from the proper source, then we can understand that we're actually totally dependent on that supreme controller and meant for his enjoyment. And that's the proper understanding of the Srimad Bhagavatam. But if we hear from non-devotees or pseudo-devotees, or Prabhupada even uses this phrase in some purports, people that dressed as devotees, if we hear from persons who don't have the proper understanding, then the whole thing is thrown off. We won't actually make advancement in serving Krishna, because if we hear something that has the foundation that actually you're the enjoyer, you're the one to be served, like this, then we miss the whole point of the Bhagavatam, of the human form of life. It's explained in the Bhagavatam that this human form of life is very rare, because in this human form of life, one gets the chance to actually serve Krishna. He gets the chance to serve Hare, Guru, and Vaishnavas. So that's the purpose of the temple. That's the purpose of everything that we're doing. And when we hear from the proper source, that's easily understood. That actually we're not the enjoyer, but the enjoyed. That's why Prabhupada often makes the point that there's the Prakrita Sahajas who take devotional service cheaply. They think it's something very cheap, easily gotten. It's just like everything else I'm used to in the material world. Something for my enjoyment. And so they take the pastimes of the Supreme Personality of Godhead to be something mundane, and then they think that I'm actually the enjoyer of these activities. Or they see Krishna, they hear about Krishna dancing with cowherd girls and think, oh, that's very nice. Let me dance with many girls too. Because they don't have the proper understanding that actually Krishna is the enjoyer. We are the enjoyed. We're meant to serve him. This idea of service isn't there. But when we hear from the proper source, then that idea that absolute truth is there. The truth that we're actually dependent on Krishna and meant for his satisfaction. And then all these crazy ideas don't stem up. And so there's nowhere else to really find that absolute truth, but we're so fortunate that we have gotten the association of devotees and the association of Srila Prabhupada through his disciples and his books and his teachings, which are giving us the real thing, instead of cheating that actually, yeah, you can do it. You can be the big enjoyer. You can be the big guy. Instead, he tells us, no, actually, you're a really small guy. You're insignificant, but your significance is that is your service to Krishna. That's your real significance. So, by serving Krishna, we can become happy. by satisfying him. If he's satisfied, then we're satisfied. Not that we need to, like the Prakriti Sahajas, twist some idea out of it that actually I'll utilize Krishna or utilize his pastimes for my enjoyment. We don't want to be a kirtan bogi, that I'm the enjoyer of the kirtan. So I want to be the enjoyer of it. But we actually want to do kirtan, chanting and speaking about Krishna for his enjoyment, for his satisfaction. And then everybody can be satisfied. So those are a few points. Are there some questions, comments, corrections? Yes, Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. Yeah, I was just wondering, those devotees who come for maybe 6 months, a year, and then they don't come back, or they say, oh, I've heard enough of this. It's the same thing over and over again. They keep saying the same things. I want to hear something new. Or like now I want to go to someone who can reveal my spiritual identity. What do we say to those kind of folks?
Yeah, what new thing are they going to hear? They keep saying the same thing. They keep talking about Krishna. Well, that's nice because Krishna is ever fresh. It's hearing, when Krishna's, in the spiritual world, when Krishna's devotees are looking at him and they're seeing how beautiful he is, they become more beautiful to please him. And he's seeing how beautiful they are and how happy they are to serve him. And he makes himself more beautiful. And then they see him and they, like this, it's always increasing. It's newer and newer. So Krishna's servants, when they see him, some of them are thinking it's like seeing him for the first time, every time they see him. So it's ever fresh. But the point that I wanted, the understanding is there. But the point that I wanted to make was that what is new in their material life? They're going to go to the movies, hear about the same sex life activity, just with, there's James Bond 1, and then they go and see James Bond 2, and then 3, and it's the same activity over and over again. There's some character, he's addicted to some intoxication, he gets the girl, and then they go and watch it again. Now it's Spider-Man, and he gets the girl, and it's just the same. So what new things are they going to hear in the material world? Yeah. What is it?
My question was more about oh man, I'm tired of hearing from the same things related to what ISKCON does or something, and then so they wanted to say, hey, I want to go to a different sangha. That's kind of what I was, because they want to maybe find out their spiritual identity or something.
Oh yeah, this is kind of like the Prakriti Sahajas too, just taking everything cheaply. That I've heard I'm not the body. I heard Krishna is the supreme enjoyer. So now I'm just going to jump into somehow knowing my Swarup, hearing about the gopis and all of this. The gopis are spoken about in Bhagavatam from Srila Prabhupada, but in the proper way and from the proper source. But even when devotees wanted to hear it from the proper source and only focus on that, Srila Prabhupada wasn't pleased with that. Somewhere, some devotees made something, it had a really funny name. They created this Gopi Bhava club. And so they were just only going to hear about the gopis, and Srila Prabhupada was really not pleased with that at all. Because we see this is very similar to what the Prakriti Sahajas do, who are talked about so much in Prabhupada's purports, especially in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, that they just take it cheaply. This is something very simple. So because I practice devotional service for a day or a year or a month or a few years, now I'm automatically, I know Krishna. I'm seeing him, I'm dancing with him. Sometimes he, comes and asks me to go join the rasa dance or something. They take it cheaply, it's just something simple, like anything else in this material world. I do it for a little bit of time and then I get my enjoyment, get the result I want. So they think it's like that. I've practiced for however long, and now, Krishna's speaking to me, and I'm so exalted and pure. But if they're so exalted and pure, then they wouldn't be addicted to all these sinful activities. They do a kirtan and then smoke weed, or they have all these different women that they engage in their so-called rasa dance. So if they were pure, then they would do everything for Krishna's satisfaction, not be addicted to trying to enjoy their senses. So, yeah, those ideas should be, even on the very subtle level, we should try to identify them and kick them out of ourselves. these ideas of taking devotional service cheaply, taking the association of devotees cheaply. I tried to answer it. Hopefully it was helpful. Mm-hmm.
Hare Krishna. On this topic, I was curious, I know it'll be different for everyone, but I was curious to hear your thoughts on, do you think that it's spiritually healthy to only hear from a select few devotees, Srila Prabhupada, my Gurudev, and then, just one or two other, devotees? Do you think that's healthy?
Well, we can hear from trusted devotees. We see that they're trusted by other reputable devotees. So there's your spiritual master, and then devotees that he talks nicely about, and that he's, that he wants to associate with and hear from. And we see there's many devotees that we're very happy to hear from, hear their kirtans, hear their classes, have their association. So those who we can see are trusted within the group of other devotees that we know are trusted, like your spiritual master and other devotees we've heard from. Mm-hmm.
Is it? Do you think it's okay to hear from Gaudiya Math Swamis?
Well, see, another point, I wanted to mention this with your question too, is that in Srila Prabhupada's books, we're getting everything that we need to go back to Godhead. So the whole, the condensed milk of the whole parampara, the essence, the most important, everything of the entire parampara and what's needed to go back to Godhead is being presented perfectly in Srila Prabhupada's books for everyone, at least for the next 10,000 years, while people are still able to, read and do these things in Kali Yuga. So, and then after that 10,000 years, we don't know, Kali Yuga gets so bad that people, who knows what will be going on. But that's why I said at least for the next 10,000 years. But yeah, everything for the entire process of going back to Godhead and everything that's given by the parampara and all of the previous acharyas is being presented perfectly for our understanding and for us to take it up in Srila Prabhupada's books. So if we just focus on what he's giving here, which takes so much time. He said, if you want to read all my books, it'll take you 25 years. So, and we see some devotees maybe in a few years, they read all of the books that have come out. But why did he say 25? Well, I mean, there's a lot to read here. There's the word by words. He also gave another devotee the instruction that you should read in such a way that you're understanding every word before you go to the next part. So if we really want to understand them, then yeah, he says it'll take at least 25 years to really study and understand these books. So to just breeze through them, I know I'm kind of going off on a side thing, but it's an important thing I wanted to mention. To just breeze through Srila Prabhupada's books, or to read some of them and then say, okay, I read all of them and now it's time to go on to some other thing. It's not intelligent because we're getting the perfection of life, everything that we need in these books. And he's presenting it perfectly. So to then go to something where you might get a little bit of some inspiration and some little confusion too. And so, I mean, how is that a good use of time when we're getting the perfect instruction manual, perfect encouragement, perfect inspiration, just everything that's needed is right here. So I jump to something else where, I mean, you're not going to get everything perfect because you don't even fully trust it. So how are you going to have a perfect experience reading some other thing? Because you now have to battle with your mind going, well, yeah, I don't know if that adds up with what I heard here. And also, I don't even know where this book came from. And, how are you actually going to become enlivened from that? But also with hearing from Srila Prabhupada's God brothers in the Gaudiya Math, I remember we've heard, I think it was in the Lilamrita or maybe in following Srila Prabhupada, but I remember hearing this a few times that he was saying that he didn't want the devotees to go and hear from them. I mean, maybe there were a select few, I don't know, that were okay for the ISKCON devotees to be associating with. But I remember the main thing we were hearing whenever we heard about this topic coming up, that the devotees are in India and they're corresponding with Srila Prabhupada, is that he was telling them that it's very dangerous to actually go and hear from these other practitioners, because if they present something that doesn't add up with what their spiritual master is saying, then they'll become very confused. Does anyone else remember hearing? I remember that was in was it in Leelamrita or Fall? Okay. So, yeah, Srila Prabhupada's giving us everything that we need. So, it makes more sense just to actually try to understand all of this first, because we don't even understand all of this. It's like, how long will it actually take to understand like one book of the Srimad Bhagavatam there's so many books in that one set. So it would make more sense for us to hear from Srila Prabhupada, hear from his disciples who are following properly and who are trusted by devotees that we know for a fact are following properly. And like that, then it'll be very easy to make advancement and in pure devotional service, not mixed with any other idea. Okay, is there any other question? Yes, Krishna Shravana Prabhu.
In 1967, Srila Prabhupada was recovering from a serious stroke, and he had decided to go back to India to either recover or to die. And his disciples in San Francisco were very distressed. They were crying because Srila Prabhupada was leaving them. And one of the disciples asked Prabhupada, if you don't come back, can we take shelter of one of your godbrothers and get knowledge from him? And Srila Prabhupada began crying. And Prabhupada said, my spiritual master was not an ordinary man. So we learn from this that we should be chaste to the Guru and be satisfied with what he gives us, because he knows what we need for our spiritual progress. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Okay, yeah, just...
You might have answered this already in your talk, but I was just wondering, why do we think we can make more advancement outside of devotee association?
Because we're puffed up. It's the same thing, you know. We thought we could... the conditioned souls have this idea that I'm going to be the big guy. That's why we're in the material world. Krishna's the Purusha. He's the enjoyer. He's the big guy. But we come to this material world thinking, I'll be better than the rest. I'll be the enjoyer. I'll be the center. So then when we're in the association of devotees, in the beginning, well, then we might still have that idea that, okay, I can make it big on my own. I got the process, now I'll go somewhere else and apply it. But we can just see what's the result of it. It doesn't work out. We leave the association of devotees for some time, and then next thing you know, it's like impossible to wake up early, and we're just totally moded out. And so that's in Prabhupada's purports, that to think one will is making advancement outside the association of devotees is a hallucination. So we need the association of the devotees. We need the association of the spiritual master through either his personal presence or his instructions, which Srila Prabhupada always emphasized the instructions as the most important. So by following the instructions of the spiritual master, then we can get rid of this puffed up mentality that somehow I'll be independent, which is a total illusion, because we see here that the reality is that everyone is dependent on the Supreme Purusha, Krishna. Okay. Srimad Bhagavatam ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.